a much more hands-on approach to class balancing in Mists of Pandaria, more so than any version of Classic we've seen so far, well, maybe excluding Season of Discovery. And it's going to be a bit of a unique state as well, because as a baseline the game is balanced around its final patch, and Blizzard are trying to change classes back around to make each spec feel valuable for the start of the expansion. You should also know there will be more rebalancing as time goes on, so that classes are at an appropriate power level depending on what gear is available. So in other words, some classes are getting buffed now and they're going to get nerfed later, so not to become too overpowered. All the class changes that have been made are also unique to PvE and will not affect instance PvP. Buffs made are spec specific too, so if for example Blizzard have buffed the barrage talent for marksmanship hunters, that's only for marksmanship, even though both other hunter specs can get this ability too. So I'll be going through all the 11 classes, going over what's changed for each of their specs, and finding out who are the biggest winners and losers of the Mists of Pandaria Classic class changes so far. I think today we'll begin with the plate wearers and the warrior. For warrior, Prot is proving to be in a very powerful spot in Mists of Pandaria even during this early stage. As expected, more top end guilds may find more use out of this, often as an off tank due to their higher damage intake than some other tanks, but they make up for this by having the potential to do massive damage themselves when actively tanking and having that amazing warrior utility. Protection did also receive a modest increase to their main mitigation spell, Shield Barrier, to help them out on this front too. Really, Prot didn't need too much help to start performing well, but should be in a great place now. Arms is still the go-to DPS spec for the warrior though. Simply put, its single target damage is great, and its burst AoE through cooldowns such as Blade Storm and Bloodbath is essentially unbeatable. On top of that, it's still got that great warrior utility with banners and rallying cry. Fury however did receive buffs to their auto attack damage as well as enrage duration, but I feel as though this spec is just too reliant on a crit stat at this early stage to really get going. It could see more changes during tier 14 if Blizzard really want to push this spec, but as we are at the moment, Fury is still one to watch out for later on. Overall for the warrior, Prot is doing better than expected and should be a fine pick for a tank. Arms is still the go-to DPS, and Fury is improved but still on average just not quite as good as Arms. Paladin heading into Mists of Pandaria was not looking that great if I'm honest, but with a bunch of class changes, nowadays this class is pretty stacked. Retribution has received some of the largest class buffs, maybe the most out of any DPS spec actually, with 10% more damage on all holy power generating abilities and 20% more damage on Templar's Verdict. This spec is now way more competitive and well worth a raid spot. All they were missing as a damage spec was, you know, the damage part of it, which now they definitely have. Holy Paladin has also received massive buffs, which also they very much needed. Your Crusader Strike now acts as if you have hit cap, so no more annoyances missing that when you're trying to generate holy power. You can also act as a ranged or melee character for boss mechanics, depending on how recently you have cast Crusader Strike. So if you want to deal with range mechanics and that's more important for the fight for whatever reason, you'll just stay at ranged and heal as normal. Otherwise you'll go melee, cast Crusader Strike, and not have to worry about griefing the raid by getting hit by range mechanics. I know there were certain fights during Kata where I just found it way easier to stand out than trying to go melee as a holy paladin, so now you can choose what suits you on a boss by boss basis. Really nice quality of life addition. Devotion Aura is now a raid wide 20% damage reduction. This aligns with Power Word Barrier with how good it is, which is obviously a massive buff. Seal of Insight now grants more mana when meleeing, and your mastery generates 20% more shields. Holy Paladin has been a huge winner from the changes. A very strong raid wide damage reduction, excellent mana management, and now good heals too. Protection has also seen some minor buffs focusing on raising its survivability through Sanctuary and Sacred Shield. This was its problem area if they had one, otherwise Prot Paladin was also proving to be pretty good. Overall, a massive win for Paladin players from these changes. Whatever spec you want to go, they are now all in a better place. Death Knight next. Blood DK has seen a great quality of life or buff in a 30-second cooldown on Outbreak down from 60. This lets you get set up on new packs of mobs jobs much easier. Blood DK has been one of the very few specs in the game to see a nerf as well. The Raise Ghoul and Army of the Dead no longer scale with their vengeance, so DKs were stacking up vengeance, then summoning their minions and doing crazy damage, so this has been dialed back. They still do a lot of damage when they're main tank though. Blizzard have giga buffed Frost DK, increasing the damage from Howling Blast against its primary target, and making it so Obliterate and Soul Reaper scale with a percentage of your mastery. This is a totally new change to MoP Classic that wasn't in the original game. Frost DK mastery just increases how much damage that Frost abilities do, but now they have these two extra abilities added into that mastery as well, so I imagine stacking mastery is going to be pretty good. Because of this, Frost DK are seeing way better performance on the PTR and are set up to be a strong pick. Unholy DK is pretty much staying as it is, which is to say they were very good and they still are very good. Frost feels close to Unholy DK and different fights may suit one spec or the other slightly better though. Overall, Blood DK and Unholy not changed too much, but they were both already very good, whereas Frost DK has seen big buffs and should now be a good pick. So this won't be another expansion where you lock in Survival and forget about the other specs after all. Survival has seen a very small nerf, losing 7% damage on Explosive Shot, impacting their single target damage. Marksmanship, however, has been where the buffs have been seen, including a 10% bonus damage to Steady Shot, Aim Shot, and 15% bonus damage to Barrage and Chimera Shot. These changes appear to have pushed the go-to Hunter spec in Phase 1 of MoP from Survival over to Marksmanship, though Survival isn't far behind. Beast Mastery no changes yet, despite it known to be not a great performer in Phase 1. Maybe there will be more changes pending here before launch, we'll have to see. Overall, Hunter, pretty easy to cover. You can now play Marksmanship, and it may in fact be optimal to do so. Next is Shaman. First, Elemental has received a moderate buff, increasing the damage of their main spell Lightning Bolt by 10%. Enhancement has also seen a raise in the weapon damage of Storm Strike, so it hits that bit harder. Both Shaman DPS specs were already in a good place in MoP Phase 1, so these are small buffs, but probably just about what was needed, and it should still be easy enough to find a raid spot as either. Shaman's overall utility has taken a hit though, as Ancestral Guidance has been nerfed, well, to the floor pretty much. Where it used to convert 60% of damage done or 40% of healing into smart heals on your raid, now it converts 20% for both. This cooldown had the potential to be absolutely busted and let DPS Shaman act as though they were a mini raid-wide cooldown, so I'm not entirely surprised to see it be changed, but this is a big change and you may just consider other talents in that row now. Resto Shamans have also received pretty sizable nerfs. Healing Rain's healing has been lower by 25%, and its duration can be extended by up to 30 seconds through the Conductivity talent, down from 40. Chain Heal has a 20% fall off per target, up from 0, and Riptide's mana cost is increased by 15%. So definitely some big throughput nerfs on the Resto Shaman. Despite this, they are still one of the more important healers to bring to a raid, and will find places in both 10 and 25 player. Their heals are still good by the way, but most importantly their cooldowns haven't been touched, and that was a big reason you were bringing them in the first place. Overall for Shaman, small buffs for both the DPS specs, nerfs to Resto Shaman, but it will still be playable, just not stackable anymore. Next we'll talk Monk, and we'll start with what is possibly one of the most changed specs in the game, the Mistweaver Monk. Enveloping Mist heals raised by 48%, that's your chi spending heal over time. Eminence heals raised by 68%, that's non-auto attack damage as a smart heal, so it's just going to be much more impactful. Revival as your raid-wide cooldown has had its heals raised by overall 22%, and they've had several buffs to their mana efficiency. This has taken Mistweaver from kind of maybe we bring one as a 5th healer to arguably one of the best throughput healers of the expansion, and a spec your raid will definitely want to consider picking up. Windwalker's mastery has been changed so that it increases the damage of Tiger's Eye Brew instead of having a chance to generate bonus charges, and you generate more charges than you previously would have. A nice quality of life change that smooths out the opening rotation of the monk, where before you'd be lacking on brew stacks in the opener. Brewmaster's also received a 25% damage buff to Blackout Kick for some reason. I don't know, they were already doing good damage, but hey, more free damage, I guess. Overall, Brewmaster was already doing good, so a buff at all is surprising. Windwalker remains solid, but should just feel smoother to play with the Mastery revert. And Mistwalker has seen massive buffs and will be a much more attractive healer for all raids. Rogue hasn't seen that many changes, and the ones that we do have been aimed at Assassination and Combat. For Combat, the energy cost and damage of Sinister Strike has been lowered by 20%. This means you're just generating more combo points to smooth out the other parts of your gameplay. You can also now see how close you are to gaining combat insight against a target, so you can better plan your cooldowns. And Assassination has had their damage raised by 5%. On the PTR, all 3 rogue specs are seeing representation, with combat being a better pick where there are multiple targets to cleave, and sub often winning out on single target scenarios. Not too much else to say for the rogue, their specs were miles off of one another to start with. Over for the druids, Balance has received a 10% damage buff and a higher proc chance on shooting stars when multiple targets are active. Ferals now once again learn Nature Swiftness to allow them to easily proc Dream of Cenarius for bigger bleeds. Feral is still expected to really come online in Throne of Thunder though, thanks to the Rune of Reorigination trinket becoming available, but they're doing okay otherwise. Resto Druid has seen a 5% buff to all their heals and no other changes. Restoration was already in a good place in Mist of Pandaria as a throughput machine, so 5% more of everything is just very nice. Again, this should be an easy one of pickup in a raid. Last but not least is Guardian, which has seen the most buffs out of any tank spec by far. Maul's rage cost has been lowered down to 20 from 30, and they have received a 5% buff to all damage. So they're better than they were, but they still don't feel that great compared to how powerful other tanks still are. Overall for druids, all of their specs have seen buffs. Despite this, it still appears as though Feral and Resto will see the most play early on, and even though Guardian and Boomkin are improved, they still may need a bit more help. Warlock has seen significant buffs focusing on Demonology and Affliction. Affliction has seen big improvements to its single target damage through 50% more damage on Malefic Grasp, on both the damage it deals and how much bonus damage it causes your dots to do. Same deal with Drained Soul as well, just massively boosting its damage. Haunt has also had its damage modifier raised as well. On top of that, Corruption and Agony will be doing a lot more damage. Overall, Affliction was expected to be a spec that came online in Throne of Thunder and beyond, but with all these changes, it's now in a very good place for Phase 1 of MoP as well, and should be the Warlock spec that can win out on multi-target fights. Demonology will be a good pick too, seeing all of its buffs. Its Wild Imp damage has been raised by 43%, and you'll be spawning more Imps. Hellfire and Immolation Aura are going to do 25% more damage, Chaos Wave 50% more damage, and Doom 33% more damage. Destruction hasn't seen changes, but it was already good. For Warlock now, they are kind of spoiled for choice, where before it was expected to be you'll go Destruction and then go Affliction later. Instead, now all 3 specs have huge potential. Affliction likes multi-target fights where targets are going to be living for a long time or you have a long execute phase. Destruction is burst cleave and consistent damage whilst being easy to play, and Demonology has a bit of both, albeit more complicated to pilot. Mist of Pandaria was already a great time to main a lock, and it just got even better. Mage has had buffs too, centered on Fire and Arcane. Combustion and Pyroblast will deal more damage, and Critical Mass's increased chance to crit has been raised from 1.3 times to 1.5 times. This basically means there's a less reliance on gear for crit early on, and your spells that need you to crit are going to be doing more damage. Arcane has seen huge buffs, with its single target increased massively. Arcane Barrage's damage has been raised by 19%, and Arcane Blast by 29%, as well as its mana cost lowered. Frost hasn't seen changes. Overall, Mage is in a pretty flexible spot. After the initial fire buffs on the PTR, it's definitely improved, but Frost will still often win out against it. Arcane is by far the most improved Mage spec here if you want pure single target damage, and now seems to be oftentimes the go-to spec, though I think Phase 1 MoP will still be a split between Arcane or Frost, depending on the fight. Finally, we have the Priest. Shadow has seen moderate buffs with a 5% increase to all damage, and 18% bonus damage on Shadow Word Pain. This spec can absolutely do well now, but it really does need a multi-target fight to excel. Holy has seen absolutely enormous buffs across the board to make it a much better throughput healer. Echo of Light now heals every 1 second instead of 3, that's just your mastery heals, and Divine Hymn will now heal 50 targets in your raid. This means ticks won't potentially be wasted on guardians or pets. However, its healing has been lowered lowered by 35%. Holy Word Serenity's healing has been raised by 40%, that's your big single target heal, and Holy Word Sanctuary has been raised by 60%, that's your heal you put on the ground. Chakra's Sanctuary healing has been raised by 30%, so that's all your AoE heals, and Chakra Serenity's healing has been raised by 35% too. Again, those are your single target heals. On top of all that, Chakra now has a 10-second cooldown down from 30 seconds, so you really can't mess up by getting in the wrong Chakra for the wrong moment now. So yeah, Holy Priest, the most buffed healer here, and is definitely in a much more powerful spot, albeit it still runs into some mana issues early on. Discipline has, however, predictably seen nerfs. Divine Aegis, that's when one of your single target heals crits someone and gives them a shield, now grants 10% less shields. Divine Star healing has been nerfed, though Spirit Shell has been buffed and will last 15 seconds up from 10, so more time to stack this buff when you need it. And biggest of all, Atonement heals have been lowered from 90% of your damage to 70%, so that's all your passive heals just through putting out DPS. The result of this is Discipline is definitely not the throughput healer that it used to be, but just like Resto Shaman, they're still absolutely going to get a raid spot because of Spirit Shell, Power Word Barrier, and Pain Suppression. These buttons are just overpowered. And there we have it, all 11 classes covered, and some idea of how each has changed in MoP Classic so far. Overall, tanks are all in a great spot and doing tons of damage. Blizzard have aimed to buff up some underperforming DPS rather than nerfing ones that are too good, and the biggest changes have taken place in the healing meta. So instead of just stacking Disc Priest and Resto Shaman in MoP, now you're much more incentivized to take one of each healer, which is pretty ideal in my opinion. And if you're still on the fence about what to play, I want to give you one final thought, which is quite important. Whenever I do these class videos, I don't say play what you want to play, because what you want to play may just not be that good in a classic expansion, and typically we have a really good idea of what will do well and what won't, and I think it's just better to say so. And what everyone wants at the end of the day is to be invited to groups for raid or PvP. But with ongoing class balancing and Blizzard making an effort to help out underperformers, for once MoP Classic will be an expansion where you should just follow what you think fits you best as a main, because there is no guarantee that something will remain overpowered forever. And remember, you're playing a class, not just a spec now. The chance that you will be swapping between different DPS specs as the expansion goes on, if your class has them that is pretty high, I'd say. But that's all I've got for you today. Let me know your thoughts on all the changes and whether it's impacted what you will be picking in MoP in the comments down below. And as always, thank you all so much for watching and listening. In 2024, Vanilla World of Warcraft turned 20 years old, making it one of the longest standing and most successful MMORPGs ever. Over literal decades, millions of people have walked the lands of Azeroth. They've picked their class, grinded levels, and achieved great things within the game. Even today with Era and Anniversary Realms, Vanilla still remains popular, and seasonal servers have shown us that there is an appetite for changes to the base game too. But when you compare how things were in 2004-5 to 2024-5, well, it's clear that we are in many ways playing the same game, but just in a completely different and alien way to how it would have been. Many things we know to be part of the vanilla experience just didn't exist back in the day, and are often a product of us having 20 years of game knowledge and min-maxing at our backs. In some ways it is still vanilla, in others it's kind of just its own thing at the same time, and I thought it might be interesting to go over 10 ways that vanilla is drastically different nowadays compared to how it was in 2004 and 5. So let's talk about what 10 things are the most different with today's modern metagaming in the familiar yet very different world of vanilla World of Warcraft. But first, a quick shout out to today's sponsor, Boot.dev. Boot.dev is a dynamic platform designed to teach back-end web development from the ground up using Python, Go, JavaScript, and other programming languages. It handles this learning process more like an RPG style experience, letting you control the pace of your journey. So it has features like achievements, leaderboards, daily goals, and other things you'll be familiar with. In this way, it keeps the learning process more engaging as you progress through it. And above all, Boot.dev focuses on hands-on learning so you can get the best understanding of what you are doing, which I know for me is definitely the best way to learn things. And though tackling these new concepts and principles will be somewhat intimidating at first, boot.dev has valuable support. It has an AI tool that helps in clarifying what you're learning via asking questions to deepen your understanding rather than just handing you the answers outright when you're stuck. But of course, if you do get completely stuck, you can always just check the code for the particular lesson and see what the instructor wrote as well. And boot.dev doesn't want a student to feel as though they're not getting value out of their investment either. So to that end, there is a free demo of every single course on the site and its interactive features, and on top of that, a 30 days no questions asked refund policy. So really it is risk-free, why not give them a try? So go to boot.dev and try out the courses for free, and then use my code Willie to get 25% off your entire first year if you choose the annual plan. Many thanks as always to boot.dev for the support on the channel. Let's get on back to WoW. There is one thing that's become more or less impossible to recreate from back in the day, and that's just how the game worked, both from Blizzard's end and from players. Remember in 2019 Classic, Blizzard reintroduced something called spell batching to the game, and players rejoiced that we were going to be getting the authentic vanilla experience. What spell batching meant in practice though is that spells would be dealt with in batches by the server, and those batches would take place every 400 milliseconds, meaning everyone had a forced 400 ping while they were playing vanilla. It almost sounded as though it could be a good idea for a moment. We were going to be getting interactions back which existed back in vanilla, like two mages being able to polymorph one another. In practice, this felt absolutely terrible to play with. You could press execute on an enemy, it spends your rage, the enemy dies, the batch window happens, your damage should have happened, but you deal no damage. Or multiple paladins could cast Blessing of Protection on the same person at the same time. They'd even get multiple forbearance debuffs. They ended up getting rid of this towards the end of Classic, but I don't think it was the best thing to revisit. Internet was different back in the day too, with some of us just moving up from dial-up to a more dedicated line. Vanilla also ran on just about any system, which is one of the reasons why it did so well, which is something modern MMOs seem to be forgetting as they push for ever more realistic graphics instead of something more stylized and unique to their game. On top of that, there were very few loading screens in WoW. On some other MMOs at the time, you get a loading screen for every zone you walked into. Vanilla was so smooth and seamless in comparison. Though if your system was poor enough, you could get stuck on a boat loop forever between, say, Booty Bay and Ratchet, because your PC wouldn't load the new zone before the boat had left again. One thing we have in common with 2004 and today is that WoW still absolutely cannot handle hundreds of people on the same screen at one time. Events such as Terra Mill vs South Shore on Classic, the opening of BWL when there was thousands of people in Blackrock Mountain, or the opening of the gates of AQ40 really did give us that authentic vanilla experience again, where the game just stops working once enough people get into a zone. If I had to guess why things are still like this, well, events of this type are so rare and would require so much bandwidth to accommodate that Blizzard just don't invest into improving performance here, and instead design around this volume of players being together, simply not happening. Either way, even with a super old setup by today's standards, vanilla runs well on just about anything, and very common internet issues are a thing of the past. Well, assuming you aren't too rural, that is. Another big difference other than our hardware and internet is how evolved add-ons and the UI has become within the game. I think it's interesting now how we're going through a bit of an add-on revolt at the moment, with people standing up to say add-ons have ruined the game or gone too far. Over on retail now, they're adding in stuff like damage over time trackers or cooldown trackers into the game, as well as the one-button rotation, of course. This is all to get WoW on console, by the way, which will be a thing eventually. And over the years, Blizzard have had to remove or limit certain add-ons, and have even admitted that much of modern boss design had to take into account the power of add-ons that players are able to make. But add-ons and macros to a lesser extent in WoW have always been a very important part of the game, and I know that my two favourite MMOs in RuneScape and WoW both support add-ons or plugins over on RuneScape heavily. You will have gotten thousands of hours of use out of add-ons where you've used them every single time you log in. They're kept up to date for free every single major patch. Where else in life do you get so much value out of something for free? If anything, we should be more thankful to people who are making and maintaining add-ons, and have more more emphasis on Blizzard to say what is right or wrong in this space on a more regular basis. I mean, just now Blizzard are implementing UI features that have been basic to add-on packages since 2008 or earlier. It is better late than never, but still, WoW wouldn't be the game it is without add-ons. Add-ons let players solve their own issues whilst the developer gets on with the big game updates. It's a win-win in my opinion. The UI has undergone some changes too, with us now having the modern settings introduced in Dragonflight, and Cataclysm even now has the updated Dragonflight Auction House too. They could put this new auction house in all versions of Classic as far as I'm concerned, and if you're using an auction house add-on, you aren't allowed to disagree. Also, I don't know if you've ever seen, but for raiding at the start of WoW, instead of the raid frames we have today, you had to drag each group out individually onto your screen in order to see multiple of them at the same time. It was so scuffed. Even in 2019 Classic, with all the no changes attitude, Blizzard just put in the modern raid frames from Cata into the game on day one, and pretty much no one complained about it. I mean, the people who would have cared enough were too busy getting worked up over water textures. Anyways, add-ons, UIs, macros, it's always been a huge part of WoW, and the game would not be what it is today without them. Next up, in vanilla, epic items were epic. This was kind of a knock-on effect from it taking everyone weeks, if not months of time to hit level 60. You could easily have hundreds of hours within the game and never see an epic item, let alone imagining stepping foot inside a raid. I think the zone I've got the most epics in ever is Tanaris actually. I know I've got 2 Warden stays from the Thistle Shrubs all the way to the south near the entrance to Ungoro, but during this leveling portion of the game there are very few epics. There are some bosses that drop some in dungeons. You've got Dragon's Call from Aranicus, Blade of Eternal Darkness from Theradras, Ironfoe from Emperor, Fellstriker from Rend, and so on. But with how rare these items were, they felt almost mystical and ephemeral, and to behold someone in full epic gear was like seeing a living legend of Azeroth. Today though, it turns out that epics are, I mean, they're pretty easy to get, to be honest, and there are still very few epics during the leveling portion of the game, but if you know Classic, you know most epics kind of just aren't very good actually, and often there are better rewards from quests, or just carry on leveling and you'll get something better towards 60. And then once you hit raids, sure, with epics there aren't too many items that drop and bis items are hard to get, but plenty of purple items are thrown about. It's just similar to leveling, most of them are kinda bad. Biggest of all though is how many people have epics nowadays, where back in the day you'd see the old guy with a few epics or a bit of raid gear. Now you stroll through Stormwind and there's a guy in tier 1, there's a guy in tier 2, there's a Thunder Fury, there's another Thunder Fury, and so on. Epics, as it turns out, really aren't that difficult to get after all. In 2004 and 5, Blizzard released several PvP battlegrounds, including Warsong Gulch, Arathi Basin, and of course, Alterac Valley. Each of these was played in quite a different way compared to now, but none more so than AV. Also, did you know that cross-realm battleground queues didn't exist until the final patch of vanilla? Your PvP used to be versus people exclusively from the same realm as you, so you really had to queue up at peak time and hope it popped. You definitely got some more competition on the people from your own server doing this, and you also knew if there was that one guy queuing up with absolutely insane gear who was just dominating everyone, yeah, he's going to be in every single battleground you queue. On top of that, Battle Masters and Capitals and the holiday weekend event NPCs, they didn't used to exist either. If you wanted to go Warsong Gulch, you had to go to Ashenvale or Northern Barrens to queue up. This is why PvP battleground entrances are close to one another for both factions, because you'd still get some duels or world PvP whilst waiting for the actual queue to pop. Anyways though, out of all the battlegrounds, nothing was more different than Alterac Valley. On our 1.12 launch of Classic WoW in 2019, this place was nothing like how it used to be. On release, Alterac Valley was difficult to progress. It was meant to be a long, gradual push from one faction who would over time gather resources, take bases, and eventually win. The guard NPCs in the valley were a lot stronger than they are now, and there would be mines off the road that would make it super difficult to take side paths through the valley. There would also be enemies like Korak the Blood Rager who would spawn in the Field of Strife as a boss who could be taken down. There were other benefits too, such as gathering nodes spawning in AV, including Black Lotus if you were fast enough. AV could easily last about hours in a row, simply because getting through the choke points was really hard to do, and this was exacerbated of course by your average player being, well, pretty bad at the game and often having other performance related issues. Alterac Valley now is all about the efficiency, the grind, to get honor as fast as possible until you are capped, and then to log out again. People cheer nowadays when they get into an AV that lasts 6 minutes where they can run from one end to the other, engaging in no PvP. Massive difference in how AV works compared to back in the day, both from how the battleground itself works and the attitudes of players in the game being way more goal driven. Sometimes it's easy to know when an item is good. You get a drop with more of the same stats compared to what you have, that's an easy upgrade. But back in the day, especially early on in WoW, there was less theory crafting and less widespread knowledge of which items were BIS. The best example of this has to be the Edgemaster's handguards. As we now know in vanilla, you either roll human or orc for warrior, or have to spend thousands of gold on these, because without them you're going to deal noticeably less damage versus boss level enemies due to how glancing blows and hit chance is calculated to scale off of bonus weapon skill. But if you check comments from back in the day for this item on Wowhead, many of the people were lamenting having received such a bad epic item, with one guy saying, "I bought these because they are 45G, smiley face. They are my first epic items, smiley face. I'm a hunter, by the way, smiley face." Now that is a classic hunter moment if I've ever seen one. Still, even during vanilla, you can see comments that people had started to work out how good the weapon skill stat was, and in fact these gloves were one of, if not the best epic items in the game to receive. Also for casters back then, it seemed to make sense to stack a ton of intellect, as that's the primary caster stat. But intellect didn't do much for your damage output, it just allowed you to do the same amount of damage for longer before going Oftentimes nowadays, just putting on random items that have pure of shadow damage, for example, will be way better for increasing your damage than equipping something which just increase your intellect more. And that's before we get into things such as hit caps, partial resist, heartbeat resist, the crit cap, and so on. Vanilla looks very simple, but it's always been quite the puzzle to math out how to really get the most out of your character. And even to this day, as we'll talk about later, people are still innovating new ways to play the game. Another feature that Blizzard put into the game were a series of buffs that will be given to players in a zone after a quest item was handed in. These buffs will be powerful effects included as a bit of an extra reward to recognize that a player had completed a certain task. Today, we know them as world buffs. Back in vanilla, they were much more rare due to the amount of raids that were actively being completed where these quest items would drop, and it would be a surprise and just something cool to see happen. Really, you wouldn't have a clue what's going on and you wonder what this buff you just got was. World buffs have changed over time though, from an extra reward into a feature that the entire raiding metagame has become shaped around. Nowadays, people plan in advance when buffs will drop on Discord. They get summoned around the world to collect them, and biggest of all, they can chronoboon these buffs to store them for later use to ensure they can get to raids safely. Saying this, top end guilds back in the day absolutely did start to use world buffs for raiding, especially on harder bosses, to gain that extra bit of power that they needed. In fact, back in the day, world buffs could still be used in raids at the start of TBC, and methods world first legit of Lady Vash in SSC was obtained using world buffs. It's just in Classic, with so many years of experience compounded down, these buffs have become a normal part of raiding, but once they were just a bit of extra fun, and the idea by today's standards that even your random pugs are going to be gathering world buffs would be completely alien to players back then. Speaking of raid pugs, well, back in the day there really wasn't that many of them, if at all. You pug a bit of Molten Core, you'd have some ZG, some AQ20, and that would tend to be about it. Raiding as an endgame activity was for the few. Those players who had grinded all the way to 60, had farmed enough gold to raid, had collected a bunch of items in advance, and had a PC that was capable of raiding without crashing. And back then there were no streams of raids, there were very few YouTube videos, and very few guides or BIS lists. Raiding really was what it was to your guild and the people within your guild, and the top level guilds didn't share any information with one another when it came to progression. In fact, the moment when they got to breaking silence was hitting a wall on a bugged Cthulhu fight, which at the time was deemed mathematically impossible. Few people would see Ragnaros for real, never mind Nefarian or Cthulhu, and Kel'Thuzad in Naxxramas was a boss that a rumored less than 0.1% of the player base ever saw. It's no wonder in Wrath of the Lich King, Blizzard said, hey, we've got this whole undead themed raid that pretty much no one's ever saw, let's just use that again and make it easy, shall we? Of course, everyone wanted to see the raids, everyone wanted to get the gear from the raids, but barely anyone had the connections to get into a raid, the skills, or of course, most importantly, the the time it would take to raid. By today's standards, I mean, let's remember the world first clear of Molten Core in 2019 Classic that took place 6 days post-launch, with just under half the raid not even being level 60. It turned out that all the hyping up that vanilla is tough was but a memory of a different time that few people had been carrying on for many years. Nowadays, so many people raid. If we look at the number of passes logged for the last 2 weeks of Classic before we went on to TBC, there were 1.9 million passes logged from Warriors alone. If we divide that by 15 for each of the bosses of Nax Remus and then by 40, that will be enough Warriors alone to fill over 3,000 40-player raids. Man, just look at some of these other passes down here. Under 25k for Balanced Druid and Ret Paladin, compared to 1.9 mil for Warrior. That's like saying for every one Balanced Druid or Ret Paladin player, there were enough Warriors to fill nearly 2 40-player raids. Now that is some classic class balancing for you. Overall, so many more people raid now and it's so much more accessible. Another massive difference between then and now is something which everyone has to do in the game, and that is the leveling journey. During actual vanilla, the amount of information available online was, let's just say, quite a bit more limited than what we have now. Sure, there were resources such as Thoughtbot, and people were putting together text leveling guides, but compared to what we have now, well, it's not comparable. Leveling would, without exaggeration, take people months to get through. Just to put it in perspective, baseline in the game, if we were to take your add-ons away, you can't see where quest NPCs are on the map, there are no exclamation marks or question marks on the map either, and you can't see where the mobs you need to kill are located either, so you'd have to just read each quest text you got and plan where you needed to go in the world. Oh, and on top of that, until you had explored a zone, the map was entirely blank. And there are no dungeon maps either, so in other words, good luck finding your way around. Can you imagine playing this game today as a totally new player, using no guides and no add-ons, and seeing how long it would take you to hit 60? People would take so long leveling because that's kind of just how the game was built. But at the time, World of Warcraft was so revolutionary that people wanted to keep going. They wanted to hit that next level for the new talent point or ability, or get over the next hill to see what the new zone was, to find a new dungeon perhaps. It was so hype. The world was massive and we knew practically nothing, and those two things together made for a truly magical time. So compared to now where people are hitting level cap in under a week, self-boosting themselves as a mage, or even getting boosted would have been crazy. Speaking of boosting, this is another area of the game that is most different. Now the idea of boosting isn't new. People have been running friends through lower level content or helping others level since the dawn of the MMO, but the scale and knowledge around boosting now is absolutely crazy. If you showed a vanilla player from back in the day a mage pulling 500 mobs in Maradon, kiting them perfectly and hopping between safe spots to AoE them down, they would think you're hacking or something. Imagine one singular player defeating 500 enemies at the same time. But now in vanilla, hey, it's just a service you can go and buy. People are selling it all day every day. Mages can also boost themselves to level in the likes of Zul'Farrak by hopping between some pillars where the graveyards are, and even now in Lower Blackrock Spire there's been some new mage tech emerging, allowing them to boost here too. It turns out when you have a class that can apply amazing slows to an infinite amount of mobs with zero diminishing returns on their damage, they can do some truly crazy things. Back in the day it would have been small scale boosting as decent gold farms or to help friends. Nowadays it's like factories pumping out max level characters to get into raids. A big difference for sure. Last thing I have, and the most mind-blowing difference from then to now, is about boss kill times. And what's going on here is even quite new for Anniversary realms. So we all know the memes about classic bosses being easy, right? 1 minute boss fights and all that. Well, what if I told you by today's standards that a 1 minute boss fight for the top level guilds would be incredibly slow? Ever pushing boundaries, people have started min-maxing in entirely new ways to push boss kill times into the unthinkable. Currently, the world record speed kill, for example, on Baron Geddon is 9 seconds. Ragnaros, 18 seconds. Veilstraz and Blackwing Lair, also 9 seconds. Nefarian, 30 seconds. Now, as you'd imagine, these kill times involve your DPS basically just being warrior. In fact, on average, guilds which are doing these speed kills are packing somewhere around 25 warriors. Other classes are needed though to support the warriors and make them do more damage. There are armor debuff classes such as Druid with Fairy Fire, Rogue with Expose, and Lock with Curse of Wreck. You also have a Hunter to pull stuff so enemies can get to the warriors faster, Paladins for Blessing on Alliance, and Shamans for Wind Fury on the Horde. People are running 3 to 4 healers in a 40-man raid, remember, and of course the tanks are also warriors, obviously. But where things are different nowadays is making use of certain buffs, including the Battle Squawk buff from the Gnomish Battle Chicken. This can proc when in combat and gives you a 5% melee haste buff. This buff will activate on everyone in your party and will stack on multiple buffs, so you can have 5 of them at the same time. This tactic of using Battle Chicken was very meta in TBC, but Blizzard did fix it towards the end of the expansion so it didn't work anymore. However, in Anniversary, it seems as though people have figured out a way to get them to proc consistently again. On Anniversary, there's also no more buff or debuff cap, meaning there's no longer a concern about stacking too many buffs on one player and going over the cap of 32, or using too many debuffs on the boss. And perhaps the biggest difference compared to how speedruns used to be is that warriors are now running a Rec set. So when you use Recklessness and World buffs, you are already over 100% crit chance. So any crit or agility on your gear has no value. Assuming you're a warrior, that is, warriors don't get attack power from agility. This means that people want to stack as much raw attack power or strength as possible on their gear to max out their attack power stat. So people are now equipping BOE greens that give pure strength over actual raid gear here to min-max. And since these raids have some 25 warriors in near to Bis with specialized gear, it makes boss fight durations so short that they can gear in this unique way, since Recklessness has a 15-second duration. So in short, have many warriors with cooldowns up, gear for maximum strength, press all your cooldowns, and the boss dies before any of your cooldowns like Death Wish or Recklessness are running out. And that's how nowadays people are defeating raid bosses in under 10 seconds. Again, if you showed this to somebody from back in the day, they would think you are cheating somehow. But hey, this is how some people like playing the game, and who knows how short fight durations will get, so more power to them. And those have to be 10 of the biggest differences in vanilla WoW between then and now. There's definitely more to it than just this, of course, but those are a few things that I thought it would be interesting to talk about. Like I said at the start, it is a familiar world in vanilla, but the ways we play the game today are so incredibly different. And these were really just some of the examples of the more extreme changes that have happened. A quick thanks once again to boot.dev for the support on the channel. You can check out them and the demos of their courses for free via the link down below. Let me know your experiences on the differences between then and now, and if there's anything else big you'd have included in the comments down below. At BlizzCon 2023, Classic WoW fans got an announcement which absolutely no one was expecting to happen. Classic WoW was going to be getting a second seasonal server, and in fact it would release 1 month after it was announced. This was in many ways what a lot of us have been waiting for and asking for. Vanilla with class changes, unique new content, and a whole discovery aspect of the game to find once again, instead of just min-maxing and repeating what we'd already done. It was, as Blizzard said, classic plus a little something extra, and this server's name will be Season of Discovery. With a recent blue post, Blizzard appeared to be taking focus away from this seasonal server though, and slowing down development on it, to the point where we're really not sure if there's going to be any more major content. In fact, if you defeat the first boss in the Scarlet Enclave, you can get a free boost on Mist of Pandaria Realms, which to me is Blizzard saying, okay, we're wrapping this up, you can go play MoP for a bit while we work on our next original Classic WoW project. The Season of Discovery servers aren't officially closing anytime soon, but now I see them as being in an error state, where they will persist, but I wouldn't expect there to be substantial new bits of content added. And that seems like, to me, the perfect time to reflect on the successes of Classic WoW's seasonal server. What went well with Season of Discovery, what went poorly, and did it do well overall? That's what we're going to be talking about today. And believe me, there is a lot to talk about here. So let's reminisce back to Phase 1 and cover everything that Season of Discovery has had to offer, and find out just how good it really was. But first, a quick word from today's sponsor, Mythwalker. Mythwalker is a geolocation fantasy RPG that uses real-world locations to weave Earth's myths and legends through a parallel universe named Mythera. There are 3 classes, the warrior, priest or spellslinger, that can be played as 3 different species to match your playstyle, such as the loyal wolven, the proud anu, or the well-rounded humans who perform well in any role. As you explore the world, you'll collect portal energy, which powers your character or navigator to progress further. This unlocks tap to move controls, letting you interact with points of interest and engaging in combat without needing to move physically, making the gameplay more flexible. Mythwalker has co-op play for up to 3 players, either locally or remotely via tethering. There you can form parties, tackle tougher enemies together, and enjoy increased experience, gold and other rewards, encouraging some teamwork and strategy within the game. Mythwalker also includes trade skill minigames such as mining and wood cutting, where precision will gather materials for crafting items and upgrades. Overall, Mythwalker blends real-world exploration with rich fantasy elements, offering an immersive experience that connects myth with reality. And you can try this out now for free, so download Mythwalker and start your journey into the world of Mythera today. Many thanks to Mythwalker for the sponsor today. Let's get on back to WoW. Phase 1 got off to an absolutely amazing start. The brand new rune system, despite criticisms of including a lot of abilities from later versions of the game, began its life as a hit. People were rapidly finding runes in the open world just through natural play, and it really did feel as though you were rediscovering new things in a vanilla setting. So in this regard, it really achieved its job. There were so many people around, and there were in fact huge server queues to even get in the game. At the start of Season of Discovery, the level cap was 25. And this was really fast to get to. In fact, the game would be centered around these level brackets for the rest of its duration. But with 25 being so fast to get to, the game also felt super alt friendly. And when you got to 25, there was a brand new BFD raid, which awarded for vanilla some seriously overpowered gear. It was also on a short lockout and designed around 10 players. I remember some of the worldwide efforts for runes too, such as seeing all the paladins storming the tower in Northern Darkshore to try and get Divine Storm. And overall, Phase 1 of Season of Discovery created some massive hype, the likes of which we haven't seen for vanilla since 2019. And Blizzard even did a recap video on all the stats that had gone into the realm shortly after it dropped. And Blizzard rarely give us numbers anymore, so you know it was doing well if they did that. There were some negatives that came out of Phase 1 too, such as the Metamorphosis rune for Warlocks being bugged, leading to a whole set of issues where players wanted to tank as the new spec, but they had to raid before they could be the new spec. Blizzard eventually moved obtaining this rune to outside the raid though, and it became a lot more easy. Definitely a lesson for the future here. There was also that one ratchet rune with all the turn-in items, which was cool initially and drove a new market around these typically useless items, but on alts it could start to feel a bit inconvenient to get. And then of course there was the Ashen Veil event, which I swear when I was making videos about Season of Discovery frequently would change every other week. When it started, people would wait where the bosses would spawn, and then the event would end in 2 minutes. And then in a later version of the event, you had to contribute via actions in the zone so it would actually start. And what would happen is the event would get 90 or so % the way to starting, more people would come into the zone because they want to do the event, and it would raise the cap that was needed for it to start, leading to this looping problem where it took longer and longer to get going. The Ashen Veil event definitely did cause a lot of world PvP though, especially mass scale world PvP, but I think typically, as we see with Alterac Valley, when a PvP event is focused around a PvE objective, things tend to get pretty degenerate pretty fast. In Phase 1 there were also pre-mades in Battlegrounds sharing the queue with soloing players. I've been saying this is bad since Vanilla's re-release and they keep doing it. I think the concern is if you don't mix both groups together, Battlegrounds will be kind of dead. They did change this later on though. There were also some kind of grey areas in Phase 1. Class balancing was, you know, questionable, shall we say. I mean, you remember Beast Mastery Hunter pets being better tanks than actual tanks in the raid, and hunters could use Eyes of the Beast and solo any other class in the game using their pet, especially the Scorpids early on when they were bugged, or later the Wind Serpents. Phase 1 overall was an absolute hit success for this brand new seasonal server. The proof of concept had worked and people were really interested in vanilla with changes. The runes were easy to get, the class changes were interesting, it was fast to level up, and the endgame was pretty solid. And this is why people look back to Phase 1 and keep saying it was a great time for Season of Discovery, and honestly, I have to agree. Then came on Phase 2, hoping to follow up to the successes of Phase 1, and for my list of good things in Phase 2, it is quite a bit shorter, I'm afraid. The sleeping bag quest was introduced alongside a little story following the secret agents, and I really enjoyed doing this on my main, albeit it was extremely travelling heavy, which made it not very fun to do on alts if I'm honest. But still, I thought it was a unique little addition to the game. Similarly, the new profession quests and those ones tied to Nomragun were also interesting to do the first time, but not so much on alts, and this is going to be a criticism of Phase 2 as a whole. On the more negative side, I've just got Nomragun down there. Nomragun wasn't really that great of a raid. I remember the first time I went in on the midnight it released, we got to the Electrocutioner boss and I actually realised you could wipe very easily on this content, and I thought, oh no, this is gonna be a disaster. Because in Classic WoW, typically at endgame, you don't really have that many bosses where you can easily wipe. I mean, usually something has to go drastically wrong, like you over-aggro in BWL and one of the dragons breathes on the raid. Wiping on Electrocutioner was as simple as somebody standing in the wrong spot for a few seconds. The last boss on top of that was also a marathon of a fight, which at the start was also quite challenging. And weirdly enough, you have bosses in Nomragun with higher armor values than Ragnaros, which made playing as melee, especially the warrior class, which is dependent on dealing damage to generate rage, just not very fun. 25 to 40 was also an awkward level bracket. Simply put, there was so much running around. Too much running around until you could hit level 40 and finally get a mount. And unlike regular vanilla where you play 1 to 40 on a character and get a mount, here you had a bunch of these characters parked at level 25, and the amount of running the game wanted you to do just started to feel excessive. Again, with Phase 2, the world opened up, more zones became available, more rooms became available, but things for me started to get way too spread out. I think the pinnacle of annoying rooms to get on alts was definitely Dark Riders. A bunch of elites you had to defeat in separate zones across the entire world. I only did that twice on characters, and after that, if I wanted to play an alt, I looked at what the Dark Rider room was, and if it was pivotal to the playstyle of the spec I wanted to play, I just didn't play that class. So that's how much I did not want to do this rune again. On top of the runes becoming more spread out, they were also much more difficult to find organically. I'll ask you this, do you think there's genuinely any player in Season of Discovery, just one person, who has found all the runes by themselves unassisted by, I don't know, a secret finding Discord or YouTube video or Wowhead? Do you think anybody found all the runes themselves? Because I seriously doubt they did. For me in Phase 2, the runes started to become a bit of a drag, even though they were interesting when you got them. The raid just wasn't as great as BFD was, and the 25 to 40 bracket started to become a bit tedious when you didn't have a mount. Overall, Phase 2 just wasn't as good as Phase 1. There are a few grey areas in between for Phase 2 as well, such as the brand new PvP Blood Moon event, and just like Ashen Veil, this thing was changed constantly. The big difference, it was a free-for-all or group-based system, where every so often the entirety of STV would become a PvP zone. In short though, you defeat people, you get coins, and you buy cool stuff. It was PvE bis from PvP, albeit it wasn't too hard, and that's how things have been in vanilla typically. When this first came out, it was just random PvP everywhere, and then people started to fight around the altars. Who remembers 5 mage groups just chain running in and bombing, and then finally fighting around the boss for bonus coins. I'd say it was more fun and more successful than Ashen Veil as a PvP focused event, because whatever you say about it, it got you PvPing, but I can see why people wouldn't like it as much as well. Overall, Phase 2 was an okay follow-on from Phase 1. Key issues were the runes were too hard to get and too spread out, Nomragun as a raid, and the amount of travelling the game wanted you to do. Also, I think there were learning points here from making bosses resistant to damage, and this happened both in Phase 1 and Phase 2. In Phase 1, certain casters had to suffer against Twilight Lord Kelris until his resists were lowered, and in Phase 2, pure physical damage dealing classes just weren't that good on the final 2 bosses in Noma. Encounters which say, sorry, the type of damage you deal sucks here, it's just not very fun, it turns out. And then we get to Phase 3, where the good list is even shorter than Phase 2. I think you should expect that though. So for good points, I have dual spec, and yeah, That's about it. On the bad side, so, when I first heard about Nightmare Incursions, I was actually so hyped. This was open world, repeatable content that we could go and do and it would award a bunch of stuff. This sounded to me exactly the kind of thing which vanilla needed, but it had so many problems. When it first released, the gold reward from quests was so excessive that people earned thousands from playing at midnight. This was fixed by the morning after, and it didn't end up being a game-changing amount of gold, but people got hit with FOMO and it really left a sour taste in their mouth. It also was the best leveling method in the game by a significant amount. Any traditional vanilla content just felt kind of pointless to go and do. It gave you super strong gear, so if you didn't play previous phases, you really wanted to do this for the gear upgrades. It was still a good gold maker post nerf as well, one of the best. And it was based off the Cenarian Hold reputation farm, where you accepted a quest, you got a dossier, you had to open it and see what quests were inside of it. It was so user unfriendly. People made add-ons to streamline this, which auto-deleted bad quests and auto-shared good ones. And there were just so many annoying mob mechanics, such as hyper-spawning enemies, or mobs with ranged silences, or an escort NPC which could only be done by one player at once and everyone else on the server had to AFK by the ramp where the portal was. And there were pointless gathering quests given to people who didn't even have professions. Nightmare Incursions single-handedly managed to turn a server that was going pretty well into something which a lot of people didn't like anymore. And ultimately, they were a bit of a disaster for Season of Discovery. This is where the game took a real downwards trend. On top of that, if Gnomeregan was appearing as though it was a bit too difficult, let me introduce you to Sunken Temple, an incredibly overtuned raid on launch. There were people who take place in the world first on retail wiping on Aranicus when it came out. The average player had absolutely no chance here. On top of that, Blizzard upscaled the raid from 10 to 20 players, and people had formed their little 10-player groups for months now, and suddenly Blizzard said, okay, now double your raid size. Adding that many people changes your guild dynamic, whether you want it to or not, and many people didn't really want to change what they built, but they had to. So I have to say, asking players to suddenly upscale their raid size is a bad decision. On top of that, the gear from Sunken Temple wasn't that great compared to Gnomeregan either. This is a typical criticism for Season of Discovery, and not one which I think will be repeated in Classic Plus, but they power crept the game way too hard here. We went from pretty humble amounts of damage to doing insane numbers, but wait till we get to next to talk more about that. There were some grey areas for Phase 3 as well. Phase 3 introduced Wild Offerings. This was kind of the early version of the Tarnished Undermine reels. They dropped from certain bosses in dungeons and made these dungeons replayable, which was great. I'm putting Wild Offerings into a grey area instead of good because of the meta that formed around how people farm them. When you give a repeatable reward from one specific boss, people min-max it. And the min-max is doing Princess Mara runs and then resetting, which, to be honest, I just didn't do because it's such a boring way to get gear, even if they are big upgrades. Blizzard really needed a hit after Phase 2, and Phase 3 was most certainly not it. Nightmare Incursions turned a lot of people off the game, and the raid size upscaling and difficulty felt like the nail in the coffin for many players who had so far stuck with SOD. I know I stopped midway through Phase 3 and wouldn't pick Season of Discovery up again for some time. The raiding population also dropped off massively. Phase 3 had to have been the low point. But thankfully, things would improve over time, because along came Phase 4 and it did a lot of interesting things. Most notably, I have more positives to say than I did about Phase 2 or 3. There was a continuation of the Secret Agent story heading into BRD. 50 to 60 opens up lots of content, especially dungeons to try out all the new runes. The Tarnished Undermine reel system was introduced, so bosses levels 55 and above would drop this resource. It kept dungeon content active and allowed you to work towards items. It is basically just the emblem or badge system from TBC or Wrath, but this system was amazing for Season of Discovery. It was expanded upon as later content opened up. It was great for alts, it offered cosmetic items to mains. It was even good for gold farming. Perhaps this system was almost too good. Molten Core and Onyxia were back with new mechanics and a massive amount of reworked loot, and we also ended up with flexible raid sizes in Phase 4 as well. So when Molten Core dropped in Season of Discovery, it was was designed for 20 players, but there was a bug which let people bring up to 40. Blizzard noticed this and fixed it, setting the player cap back to 20, but following feedback that people enjoyed this more optional raid size, they raised it back up to make it flexible, so the raid will be designed for 20, but you could bring up to 40. This was perhaps one of the most important mistakes Season of Discovery made. It's flex raiding, but the raid doesn't scale up with mechanics or boss health or damage to accommodate difficulty-wise. It's just bring however many people you have, nobody gets left out, everyone gets to raid. This is perfect. People in more hardcore guilds can do passing or speedrunners 20, and more casuals can do anything in between. I think this flex style of raiding is what should exist in Classic Plus. There were also specific tier sets from the new content too, which is another addition which simply makes sense. One tier set per class is bad, straight up. Tier sets in Season of Discovery, however, started strong and got way more powerful by the end. Again, perhaps too good, and tier sets ended up being used to balance classes as well as regular class balancing, but more on this later. There was Might of Stormwind, a new counterpart buff to Warchief's Blessing, so Alliance didn't have to go mess about picking that up, and fire damage immunities were removed from raids to accommodate the new class and spec identities. Yes, I know Vanilla's an old school RPG and fire spell on being made of fire doesn't make much sense in theory, but neither does a feral druid being able to attack a being made of fire either, or melee in general for that matter, so let people play their class and spec. There were some negatives with Phase 4 as well. Do you know how long it took us to get to level 60 in Season of Discovery from the beginning? 8 months. 8 months to get from 1 to 60. I mean, the phase patches with the different level brackets were interesting, but this was just too much. It felt as though perhaps there were one too many pauses from 1 to 60 in fact. Despite Molten Core being interesting from a loot perspective, it introduced a brand new mechanic called heat levels, and there was heat levels 1 to 3. Heat level 1 was you pretty much just go in there and do it as normal, level 2 was you needed some fire resist to be successful, and level 3 was you needed a lot of fire resist to be successful. The reason why is if your fire resist was too low for your heat level, taking any fire damage would insta-kill you. So depending on your raid's aspirations and which heat level they wanted to do, you had to go and farm your fire resist set. This meant you had a set of gear specifically for Molten Core, and your Molten Core BIS wasn't going to be that great outside of Molten Core, where you didn't need to stack hundreds of fire resist. Heat levels weren't a great feeling mechanic, as it was just a mandatory number you had to hit in order to be functional within the raid. I think resist mechanics can still be interesting for tanks, since they're the ones taking direct hits from the boss, but not so much for everyone else. On the grey side, we have yet another mixed reception from a PvP event, this time the Black Rock Eruption event. It had a PvE side outside the mountain where mobs spawn, you do a bunch of quests, you gain rewards, that's fine. It was decent, but I found it super annoying how often this was up when I was trying to level. The mobs that spawned in the open world of Searing Gorge were way too high level for leveling players, and they would also attack your regular quest mobs in the zone. This seemed like such an easy oversight to just not have happen. Inside the mountain was the PvP part of the event. Initially in this phase, this was the best way to gain honor, but it was just kind of ganking people who walked outside of BRD, which isn't very interactive. Blizzard would later introduce a ghost form to help players get resituated when they get ganked, and to ease the pain of getting around the mountain. This stayed a good way to get honor though, and made this open world spot active. I mean, more active than it already was, that is. Phase 5 came out pretty soon after Molten Core, much to the surprise of many people, and it features a lot of new interesting content. There were some cool class quests to get weapons from BWL, and speaking of that, Blackwheeler and ZG were added together where they're usually separate. There was also a brand new dungeon in Demon Fall Canyon. Again, no one really expected this, but it was a solid new bit of content, and it's always exciting to see something brand new. The Thunder encounter was made into an instance instead of just being part of the Thunder Fury quest, and all world bosses would get this treatment too, so Kazar, Kaziagos and the Green Dragons. For BWL, Blizzard tried out a new raid specific mechanic and got rid of heat levels, thankfully. Instead, this new raid would have trials, and trials would be kind of like affixes, which would modify the raid's difficulty. The more trials you complete the raid with, the more bonus loot you get in the end chest. These involved adding random stack or spread mechanics to fights, giving players a haste buff or debuff, a grievous wounds type debuff for healers, and hardest of all, the the Black Trial, adding new mechanics to all bosses. Players only needed to do 3 trials max for bonus loot, and one of them would be active by default each week to change things up a little. Similar to heat levels, this gave players choice, but this one didn't force you into gearing a ton of resist to be successful. Players could make choices for which trials they wanted, so it could just be an easy run, or they could make it more difficult. At the end of the day, it was just bonus loot that was on the line. This system seemed like a big hit, which people overall enjoyed. In Phase 5, Blizzard also let people purchase bind on account runes for ones you had already discovered on your main. I felt like this could have happened some time ago, but it was the first step towards the rune vendor, so I guess it's a positive too. Overall, it showed promise for the endgame content of Season of Discovery. While other phases had a lot of things to say, both good and bad, this time around it seems overall positive. And then along came the AQ phase. This is the patch where things usually start to go downhill for vanilla related servers, and Season of Discovery did see that all too common player base drop off here as well. Similar to Molten Core and Blackwing Lure, there is also a new raid difficulty here as well. Players would opt into the extra difficulty level before a boss, and the more bosses you did in a row on the extra difficulty, the more bonus loot you would get. But as you kept going, there would be more affixes added to make the raid more difficult, and if you wipe, a lot of that bonus loot would be gone. It's kind of a how far do you want to push this sort of mechanic, offering something new for more hardcore players to get extra items, or you could just do a basic run of AQ and everyone would still be able to complete it. An important thing in vanilla raiding is that everyone has access to the best loot. If you did something harder, you just got more loot overall, so I think this was a decent compromise. Still not exactly Vanilla's most popular raid though. To be honest, I think they just have to make the trash after Twins about 50% less terrible, and people wouldn't mind this raid half as much. Getting spam feared and mana burned and AoE'd as much as you do just isn't fun. Phase 6 also brought in a very interesting system to world buffs. You could turn in Alliance or Horde commendations in exchange for consumable world buffs. These commendations were typically awarded as part of the AQ war effort and were just turned in for rep, but now you could buy world buffs to use whenever you wanted. This is perhaps the only time I've ever actually liked world buffs in classic WoW, and it's not for the reason you'll expect. I mean, the convenience of having them whenever you wanted was nice, and it made it so if you lost them for whatever reason, it didn't feel as though the raid night was pretty much over because you're not going to do any damage anymore. But the best thing about this system is that it made world buffs into a gold sink. Vanilla WoW is terrible at removing gold from the game. There is learning spells, mount stuff, repairs, the auction house, and that's basically it. The game always gets hyper inflated, just see Anniversary or Error Realms. World buffs for gold was a great move. It made them more bearable in raids and removed gold from the game, which was good for the economy. For world buffs, I would still rather see them not be a part of raiding. I wouldn't even want world buffs if they were a free passive you just got in raids. We'll wait till we get to Scarlet Enclave for why, but still this was the best version of world buffs that has ever existed. Overall though, for this phase, AQ just feels like it's a bit of a problem child for vanilla, which is yet to be resolved. And I think the trash in there just pretty much needs to be hammered to the ground for people to find this raid decent. But then we get to Phase 7, and where people dropped off in Phase 3, in Phase 7, they came back. This phase had so much good about it. Finally, Blizzard added a vendor where you could just go and straight up buy all of the runes in the game. This was a turning point for Season of Discovery, and it was better late than never, even though it was late. The biggest addition though was by far the Karazhan Crypts dungeon. This was the first time ever we saw this legendary location added as 5-player content into classic WoW. It featured a darkness mechanic where you had to carry a torch around, it had a non-linear layout, and it really felt as though you were delving below the depths of Karazhan. It had a bunch of different encounters and paths through there as well, which changed depending on what you did. This was a very well received dungeon. It has to be one of the top dungeons in classic actually, and it really did a service to the legacy of this place. Most importantly, it proved that Blizzard can make new stuff and have it be amazing. There was a lot of doubt towards the team whether or not they could make new stuff which fit vanilla, and this shows that given the time, and yes it did take quite a while, they can still do it. Naxxramas also released once again, with another different raid mechanic, this time ranging from hard mode 1 to 4. Similar to other raids, you could just roll up, do a basic Nax in your OP gear with your OP abilities and blast through the content, but things on higher hard modes got very difficult, especially the trash and final bosses. Phase 7 also introduced the tier tier set shoulder enchants. This system allowed you to buy enchants to use on your shoulders, which would act as any previous tier set bonus. This started to give rise to a way of gearing which was unique to Season of Discovery, of mix and matching tier sets from all different raids. This opened up so many unique playstyles for classes. For example, I think the DPS Paladin ended up with the most ways of playing, between seal stacking, seal twisting, Exodin or Shockadin. There was just so much flexibility here. It was a really interesting time to be a min-maxer. This fit the vanilla way of playing too, because now sometimes you did want to go back and do an old raid for the tier set because it worked alongside a newer tier set to do something overpowered. I think this was overall good, but I am a bit on the fence about it because I don't know how this system would do very long term. Perhaps we get to a point where we need to sacrifice pieces of older tier to get reagents needed to craft new ones or something. I'm not sure, but it was interesting while it was there. There was also a new gearing system in Nax which maybe wasn't so good. This was sanctified gear. In short, this system was equip a bunch of gear which have the sanctified tag on them, and when you're in Nax you do a massive amount of bonus damage. People were doing more than Wrath or Kata levels of damage in Season of Discovery Nax. And then you went out of Nax again and you started to do regular damage, and that just feels kind of weird. I think this system was at one point planned as a send-off for Season of Discovery, where okay, we're at the end of the season now, just go and do big dumb damage because who cares, right? But then the Scarlet Enclave came around and things started to go back to normal once again. I doubt this system would be repeated, but yeah, as a criticism, I don't think Sanctified Gear was all that great. Overall, Phase 7 was when heads started to turn towards Season of Discovery again. With alt friendliness at an all-time high, a Karazhan dungeon and Nax Rammus, the seasonal server started to grow once again, and this would continue on into the surprise Phase 8. Phase 8 was a moment no one could have expected, but everyone wanted to try. Whilst Phase 7 had the first new dungeon, Phase 8 featured the first brand new raid, the Scarlet Enclave. Finally, a Scarlet themed raid in a classic setting, another thing that players have wanted to see for so many years. Warriors, Paladins, and funnily enough Hunters, because everything's a hunter weapon, could work towards their Ashbringer Legendary, which is another iconic weapon in the WoW universe. There was also the new Avalon Zone, which was roughly the DK starting area, but there was enough to do and see there to make it enjoyable. But I have to say, although I think Phase 8 was definitely a hit, Blizzard did drop the ball in certain ways. First of all is they went back to tuning the raid around 20 players with having no optional difficulty mode, and when Scarlet Enclave first launched, it was very overtuned. Even super hardcore groups were wiping in there for days because bosses had insane DPS checks. Your casual group of 20 something players had no chance here. Even the first boss was too hard. It was a new raid, but you couldn't get any loot here. This forced long-standing established guilds to recruit in order to have enough bodies to clear. And this is what happened in Sunken Temple again. Demanding players to upscale their raid does not go down well. Yes, guilds should always be recruiting, but here it was recruit or die. Blizzard did want it to be a challenge for top-end guilds. They said it in their own words, and well, they certainly delivered on that, but I don't think it was for the best. People don't really play Classic for that super difficult challenge, but because it's fun and easy. I think you can get away with having 1 to 2 hard bosses towards the end of a raid. TBC actually did this pretty well, but not the entire raid. At least then people are getting some gear and feeling motivated to progress. Blizzard did end up nerfing the Scarlet Enclave a lot, even before the ICC style buff came in. I think the days of getting all misty-eyed because 1% of people can do something, at least in vanilla, are now well behind us. If people want a challenge, it has to be of their own creation through speedruns or parsing. Having optional challenges, how BWL was, seemed fine, but there should just be a basic run of the raid at the very least. With how difficult the Scarlet Enclave was, Blizzard lowered the cost of consumable world buffs by 80%, so not to crush people's motivation and wallets when progressing. This was a good move, I agree with them doing it, but now world buffs are just kind of a free passive for anyone putting in a little bit of effort, and with the gold sync angle removed, world buffs are now again in an awkward spot. Did Season of Discovery characters need world buffs to feel good and powerful? No, I don't think that they did. You can certainly argue your regular vanilla characters benefit from them more, but let's be honest, it's just a bunch of warrior mains who want to be rage capped doing double everyone else's damage who are the loudest about this feature. Another reason why Blizzard lowered the cost of world buffs is because they actually wanted to make a difficult classic raid, and with consumable world buffs you kind of can do that, but at the same time if everyone always has world buffs, why not just balance around, you know, not having world buffs, and we just don't worry about them anymore. World buffs were a fun thing that devs back in the day added in because they had no oversight for how they would be used in the future. They're just a for fun thing. Let them be part of the open world, let people use them in dungeons, sure, why not, but in future versions of Classic, I hope world buffs disappear from raids. Put it like this, raids already have temporary power gains, they're called buffs and debuffs. These extras like world buffs or even sanctified gear just feel like way too much. Overall though, Phase 8 was a surprise but a welcome one. Whilst I think it had issues due to the difficulty of the raid, it was also a success which, similar to Karazhan, showed that Blizzard can make new content and have it be awesome. Season of Discovery had such high highs and low lows. It was truly a journey to undergo. I know there's going to be things I read in the comments which I think, oh man, I wish I talked about this in the video. There is so much content in this season when you try and lay it all out. But let's try and go over a few last thoughts on the server. I hope the next original content we see is Classic Plus and that it's a persistent server that has no end date. I've already seen the odd comment pop up about Fresh Sod, maybe semi-jokingly, but a lot of people would play it, I know that. I think Fresh for me has to stop being normal. Classic, and I'm doing a video about this by the way, but Classic needs to be an MMO again, not just reset after reset and repeats. And this is one of the reasons why it really sucks for Sod players that they had to stop, because Season of Discovery is the closest Classic has been to being a traditional MMORPG in its history. History being since 2019, that is. Here with Season of Discovery, we had a server with new original content, active class balancing, a healthy player base, and an unknown future to get excited about. These are all the hallmarks of what MMOs should be. A present experience that's enough for you to want to play now, and things in the future which you're interested in trying. The irony here is the seasonal server played like an MMO should, whilst other versions of Classic hit hype and then die off, like seasonal servers should. Season of Discovery grew to be so much more than I think anyone, including Blizzard, expected it to be. It did have to end though, unfortunately, because they set expectations for it to be a season. If they, by the end of it, said actually this is Classic Plus, you would lose a substantial amount of people who would have been interested in trying it out. It would have been an absolute communication disaster. And I think this one may be a bit controversial. If you hated Season of Discovery and everything it tried, Classic Plus might not be what you're waiting for. I'm sure Classic Plus won't be as drastic change-wise with all the abilities and power creep, but it's gonna meet Classic somewhere in the middle. Classic Plus should be expected to deliver a lot more than, okay, fine, I guess Paladins can have Crusader Strike as long as I can mash my face on my keyboard as a warrior and do double everyone else's damage. People will say that Blizzard can't do Classic Plus. They did Karazhan though, they did Scarlet Enclave, they created a lot of new stuff. And so what if not everyone agrees what should be in Classic Plus? That's how people are with everything. If nothing happened because we weren't sure everyone would agree on it, nothing would happen. Should we all just go back to vanilla and run down AV or do our 5th relaunch of this game again? I'd rather see the game go somewhere, take some risks, and be something new. You know, there's a saying, don't sacrifice something good for perfection. Was Sod perfect? No. Was it good? Yes. For the future though, I'm waiting to see the next original Classic WoW project, and the wait could still be quite far off, I'm afraid. There's possible news if Blizzard hold a Warcraft Direct or Gamescom 2025, but the next big venue for announcements will be BlizzCon in September 2026. And my hopes are all the way in on Classic Plus, really. Seasonal stuff was interesting, but it just grew into something that wanted to be a proper MMO, not just a season. So whilst it's sad to see Season of Discovery slow down now, it had to happen. And it's not as though Season of Discovery realms are getting turned off anytime soon either. Blizzard have expressed interest in keeping them around for a long time. So it will still be a place where you can play your characters. I just don't think you should expect there to be much in the way of new content anymore. There were a ton of learning points throughout Season of Discovery, and I have big hopes for Blizzard to take their time and pull off Classic Plus and give it what it deserves. But really now, it's just a waiting game for the next big announcement. And I have one last thing to mention. Thank you, Blizzard, for taking a risk and doing Season of Discovery. It worked. Whatever you want to comment, your thoughts on Season of Discovery, your favourite points of it, your highs, your lows, drop a comment down below. And as always, thank you so much for watching and listening in, and I'll see you all in the next one very soon.
No luck today. Well, actually, no, we got 2 pieces today. So we got our shoulders and gloves. So I still need to do the shit tomorrow and for the foreseeable future for the chest, legs, boots, and the belt. Alright, let's get back to PvP on the monk. Get some gear. What shall we listen to today? I've heard enough anime music the last few days. Yeah. shit. Better run your fucking explosives.
same thing I told ya. My eyes are clear, there's no secret. I wanna know, was it serious? I need to clear my best friend. Isn't easy to show with the weight of the world on my shoulders. I know I told you, it's the best right I know. It's not a game that I'm playing.
We're gonna play that game, I'm just gonna wait here.
I keep my time in a pocket. I wanna find a new keeper. I like the way it's mysterious. I think I found my own way. Is it easy to show with the weight of the world on my shoulders? I know I told you.
It's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna flag carry. It gets fucking soloed by a rogue, like, bruh. Thanks for stealing the flag from me, dickhead. What do you mean thanks for the help? Ain't fucking helping you. Stop getting this map. Holy shit.
In our hearts, we can never be apart. Wanting just to see the person I set out to be. Finding what I need, whisper to the stars as we hold these promises tonight. Dreams are fading clear. Waiting in our hearts, we can never be apart. Wanting just to see the person I'm set out to be. Finding what I need, whisper to the stars as we hold these promises tonight.
Touchdown!
Looking for something special? Ancestors watch over you.
Finally something different. benediction pre-med. Alright, I guess one of those ones where I'm just gonna go AFK though. 0 deaths, 3 flag captures. But I think I already did that like a couple days ago. Iron Man achievement. One of those games. I'm gonna AFK till it's over. 5 Kappas and get us out of this bullshit. I'd rather a quick loss than a slow, painful, quick loss, quick 30 honor, rather than a slow, painful, fucking agonizing match where we're still gonna lose anyway, so let them have it. I think these guys got the hint as well. Don't get stables. What's wrong with you people? please take it. Are we actually gonna fight? Are we fighting? Oh, okay. Time to AFK again. I don't mind. Let them do the slave work while I just sit here and look at Reddit while I get my free 30 honor. That's how I look at it.
Many small businesses, telephone communication is still a kind of groping in the dark.
Hello? Hello? Who's this? This.
But now you can overcome all that with the Merlin system from AT&T. It's incredibly easy to use. So if your business isn't running as smoothly as you'd like, say hello to the Merlin system and put an end to AT&T, the right choice. So if your business isn't running as smoothly as you'd like, say hello to the Merlin system. Now you can overcome all that with the Merlin system from AT&T. It's incredibly easy to use.
Okay, we still need to go for like the actual other trinket though, but I thought while we're grinding, may as well get the max one here for that trinket. So I want to get one of these, this one right here. Yeah, raw orange jelly plus an agility proc. I don't see why that's a PvP thing. Like that's really good for like raiding and shit. For sure, it'll be good for those dungeons, protocol dungeons. Yeah, these ones. Hi, Bobo.
Bro, this is wild. 8 minutes for a 1 minute queue? Like, what's happening? People going to bed or something? I mean, I could definitely call it a break. Like, I've gotten I just need to get, like, the other trinket. So I have, like, double DPS trinkets for dungeons. I mean, I could use this, but... yeah. I guess I gotta also equip all this shit. And then get, like, enough, like, expertise and hit as well. It's like I want a little bit of haste and crit and fucking goddamn mosquitoes, bro. I thought we had a plant that like prevented these from getting anywhere near the host. What the fuck? Why did that just requeue? Mastery apparently sucks ass, so don't stack it or something. Remember it used to be a different thing. It was like combo breaker, or like as long as you're not pressing the same thing. Like, you can jab this, jab that, jab this, jab that. Like, as long as you kept the rotation like that. But, like, if you double jabbed, like how I'm storing chi points, it's like, it breaks the combo thing type of deal. Or I guess you could expel harm, jab, etc., I guess. I think that's how it was done with the original mastery. Since we're on 5.4, its mastery's different. Actually crazy, what, 10 minutes? Basically? I don't even know what these queues are. Do I gotta relog? It's fucking crazy, dude. What the fuck? I'm looking at Reddit for like over like 20 minutes here. I haven't been able to get into a damn random fucking battleground. What is this shit? I think that's our cue to call it a stream. If the fucking queues are taking this long, like that's actually crazy. Alright, it was a good grind anyways. What, 5 hours? Not bad.